Pleasant good afternoon to all of our viewers and welcome to the West Indies Rising Stars Men's Under 17 50 Overs Championship in the first round of matches. Today, now we know that it's a 50 over tournament, but unfortunately due to some heavy overnight rains and just due to some drainage issues around the ground, we have a reduced affair whereby we are going to have a 26 over game between the Barbados Under 17s and Guyana Under 17s. I am Kesha Bahadur Singh. Alongside me is Mr. Billy Furlong, and we'll be taking you through the game today, in which Guyana Under 17, they won the toss and decided to field first. Billy, what are your thoughts on the game and the conditions that we have here?
Good afternoon to Trinidad and Tobago. Good afternoon to all our viewers online. And I think we're very fortunate to have any play at all here today, with one other game already being called off. Has it been at the Inchinali Park? And that was Leewards versus the Jamaica. That game has been called off due to conditions at that facility. Our ground staff here at the Gilbert Park facility have been doing yeoman service there. Groundsman Mr. Balkaran, Sigram and Tion Lichi have been working assiduously to get this game on the way. As you could have a look at the pitch out, you will see some sawdust out in the middle at certain areas. That is to tell you the amount of work that has been put into the facility today to get some of this play on the way, and finally we're going to get a start to this game.
Yeah, definitely. We see the groundsmen did a lot of hard work and preparation to just sap up those damp spots in the outfield. One thing for sure though, Billy, is that the pitch itself is definitely ready for play, because the covers were on the pitch for majority and they allowed it to get some sun and some aeration when they were preparing the other areas. And to start here, we have Zachary Carter and DeMarco Wiggins opening the batting for Barbados Under 17s. Opening the bowling for Guyana is Devon Wharton.
I think the players as well they were itching to get out there from early this morning, and we'll get a chance now to see how the pitch will perform under such conditions. That one from Carter
off with
there.
the boundary. Fortuitous edge there for Carter, but you can already see his intent from ball one.
Yeah, there's been of a change in the lineup for the Barbados team. Mika Grinch is out of the lineup, and we see Carter taking first strike of the bowling of Wharton, and he's going guns blazing from the first ball, pitched outside the off stump, and coming off the edge of the bat and flying way over the head of that first slip. There is a third man in position, but there's no way with the pace of that delivery from Wharton as well that he would have gotten there. And already Barbados is off with a bang.
It's a better line delivery from Wharton, challenging Carter on the stumps, not giving him any room outside that off stump to flash his hands as freely as he did with the first delivery.
Yes, indeed, he is a very aggressive batsman. As we see, he's had some good scores. 8 here. Yeah, we'll look at the power play and the adjustment for this game of 26 overs. The power play is going to be 5 overs instead of a normal 10 over in the power play. The second bank will be the next 16 overs, followed by the last 5 overs of power play, and the maximum allotment per bowler, 1 is going to be allowed 6 overs maximum, and 4 others 5 thereafter if need be. Umpire Roger Davis presiding at the northern end.
Well played from Carter. Solid defense coming on the front foot. Umpire Lyndon Rajkumar at square leg. Third umpire Mr. Denzel James, and match referee Mr. Ram Sahai.
Both Mr. Ram Sahai and Mr. James were assiduously working as well alongside the ground staff to get the facility ready. At one point we thought with the wet outfield we may not get any play at all. There were some wet patches around, not on the pitch itself, just on the outskirts of the square. This one really would affect the bowler's run up from the northern end. Oh, that's a good looking cover drive smash, leaning on the back foot and crashing it through the covers there. Carter takes the total on to 8.
Beautiful shot there, Billy. My word, that's exactly what you want to encourage youngsters to do when opening the batting. You are given that width and just piercing it through the offside gap all along the ground, which is a beautiful sight to see. In full control of that shot there was Carter.
I just want to have a little rethink here. The Guyanese team, Captain Jonathan Van Lange, he has a fine leg and a third man. He may just want to put a sweeper out on the covered boundary with Wharton pitching up deliveries outside the off stump.
better length from Wharton, but no ball being signaled by the umpire.
This might just be one of the issues with any sort of sogginess or soft areas in that bowler's run up from the northern end. Might just lead for bowlers just to overstep that mark a fraction, which is a criminal crime in this shorter version of the game, particularly now reduced to 26 overs. And not the man you want to give a free hit to.
Certainly not in the mood that Carter has been in. And Wharton, from what you have seen thus far, when he's pitched up, Carter has taken attack. Just needs to pull it back of a length. And it's better on that occasion. Exactly the length and line he would have wanted to be on the previous deliveries. But Carter, knowing that it's a free hit, is throwing the kitchen sink at it. And doesn't seem to be dismayed by the ball hitting his thumbs, but more dismayed by the fact that he didn't hit it over the boundary.
But he's such a powerfully built guy that he didn't really need to try and put some extra impetus into that shot. And that length as well didn't get all the way up as he was anticipating. He was trying to go maybe over mid-wicket, but the head went up in the air just a tad bit. And he lost sight of the delivery, and a good dot ball there from Wharton of the free hit.
Again, a better length and line from Wharton. Just forcing him to play. Not allowed to play any of his attacking shots, and that brings the first over to an end. Barbados under 17, 9 without loss. Carter, 2 boundaries, 1 off the edge, 1 an exquisite drive through the covers, and it's a good start for the under 17 team. As we can see in the background there, Billy, the clouds are not the best sight you'd want to see. Some darkness and grey areas just hovering around. Breeze picking up a bit as well, but as you said, we are so happy that we can have play and hope that these youngsters will get a chance to get both innings in.
Not trying to step on any toes of the meteorological officials, but the rain did come from overnight from the southern side of the country, and we haven't really seen anything blow in from the east. To now we are getting some wind coming in from the east that is pushing those dark clouds closer toward us. But there are some clear skies to the back of that, so we'll be very hopeful, as it's Jonathan Van Lange. He would be hoping to pull back this run rate after 9 runs in that first over. And this would be the new man coming into the team, DeMarco Wiggins, coming in for Micah Greenwich. He is going to be facing up to the Guyana captain. And we see yet again, Kishaf, we have a third man and a fine leg, but there is a deep mid-wicket on the boundary. Is that 3 men outside the ring? No, one is going to come in now. Yeah.
Right on cue there, Billy. Just realizing that they had an extra man outside the circle.
It would have been of the captain's bowling as well.
Of course.
Very interesting. That one not getting up at all.
Couple bounces before reaching the keeper as well.
Wiggins looking to try and help it around the corner as that fine leg came into the ring. Couldn't get any bat on it. It's a little bit of loosening up needed from Van Lange there to push that ball through. He did indicate he's not really the opening bowler in this setup, but he's given a responsibility. Being the captain, he takes that mantle on his shoulders.
That's better. Push defense we have seen there from Wiggins. First delivery didn't really offer much of a shot at it. 2 left-handers at the crease. I wonder if we might even see the introduction of some spin early, if it is the Pacers are not getting much purchase off of the surface.
From that down to third, just 1 run as Wiggins gets off the mark. Just let you know that Micah Greenwich, he's been left out, the opening batter. So the batting lineup for the Barbados team: Joshua Dawn, Zondre Batish, Shaquan Bell, Gadson Bowens. Joshua Branch is back in the team, and the Barbados contingent will be very pleased about that. He's been out with that hip injury. Top scoring for the Barbados team in the first game, and then unfortunately picking up that injury. Not able to continue on in the 2-day tournament. But he's back here for the 50 overs. Zachary Carter, R.J. Gittins, Kumari Griffith, Kevin Newton, Jakeem Pollard, the opening bowler, and Wiggins here calling through. Zachary for a quick single, played into the offside.
Love to see that intelligent and smart cricket from the batsman. After we have seen Carter's aggressive nature, to see him being able to just rotate the strike, play with soft hands and get that single, the short cover, is certainly a positive sign.
Yeah, definitely both brains and brawn there for the Barbados at the top of the batting order. 26 overs. He'd want to maximize this power play of 5 overs.
And again, just played with soft hands into the leg side for a comfortable single. A smart cricket thus far from this opening pair for the Barbados under 17 team.
Yeah, Lange there, just not quite the pace of Wharton, and the batter's just opting to rotate the strike, dropping it, turning, breaking that wrist, and rotating the strike just to keep the scoreboard ticking.
That one has played a bit too forcefully and not able to get a quick single, but brings the second over to an end. So a good start there from the skipper, Van Lange, just 3 conceded from it.
As we look at the Guyana lineup
across in the match at National Cricket Centre between Trinidad and Tobago and Windward Islands, the start time for that game will be 2 p.m. with 22 overs to be bowled. So it looks like we're going to have play in 2 of the matches that were scheduled for today. Unfortunately, the match between Jamaica and Leewards haven't been called off.
Yeah, that would have put them at a severe disadvantage now in this limited over competition. It's going to be a bowling change immediately. Wharton comes off. It's going to be Emmanuel Lewis to take over from that northern end. Just the lineup for the Guyanese team: Jonathan Van Lange, captain; Afraz Ali Budu, the vice captain; Rampasad Ramnath, Vikash Wilkinson, Emmanuel Lewis, who's on the ball now, Adrian Hetmeyer, of course, Romario Ramdahal, Riyad Latif, Gulcharan Chulai, Romesh Bharat, Devon Wharton, who's been taken off after just 1 over, the opening bowler. And that's the lineup for the Guyana team, of course, winning the toss, reminding you.
I wonder if it's just a ploy from the captain to not get the batsman too accustomed. Maybe rotate his bowlers. Normally you'd see our opening bowler at least getting a couple overs before a change, but a good start there already from Lewis. And as we would both know, Billy, from having played at this Gilbert Park venue and on the surface many times, the spin is certainly a major factor here. And with the new ball and these conditions, I'm sure the Pacers will want to maximize the opportunity to just get that movement.
Short delivery there at the head.
Advantage Wiggins.
Very keen, interesting contest. These players have been itching to go from since they got here at the ground just around 8 o'clock this morning. They're finally out there in the middle and their tails are up. In fact, they were out on the field just playing some one-bounce cricket, as we term in the Caribbean.
Yeah, of course.
Having some fun out there. Remember, these kids are just 17 years old and under.
Yeah, their passion and love for the game was certainly evident during the morning interval when we were awaiting confirmation of the start. Both teams, took to either side and just playing a bit of one bounce, some catching, some shadow batting.
In fact, we just showed Latif there for the guy in his team. He's feeling at cover. His little brother was out playing with the Barbados team. He couldn't have been more than 9 or 10 years old. It's pushed there to Latif. He has a shy at the non-strikers and they get through for the single in the end. Bit of a late call, but there was some work from Latif to do there in the outfield. And it's not quite so sure on the footing out there, but he did manage to get around, pick it up and have a shy at the non-strikers end.
A direct hit would have certainly been a close call for Wiggins running to that non-striker end. Fortunately, the throw was a bit too high and he got in safely.
It's a step down the wicket there from Carter, trying to get to the pitch of the ball from Lewis. Not quite the pace of Wharton, and you were right, Kishav. That's the strategy of Jonathan, the captain there. He just wanted to take that pace off of the ball with Wharton as that ball was flying to the third man boundary of the first delivery. And this Lewis here, just a little bit slower, bowling some of that, breaking the wrist, taking the pace off the ball for Carter.
And again, right on cue there, Billy, with that statement. And Carter, look at his frustration. He's walked away from the crease and just irate with himself after missing out on that opportunity 13 without loss after the end of 3 overs. And after a quick start, 9 from the first over, and just 4 runs conceded in the other 2.
Guess he's already thrown the kitchen sink. I was looking at the refrigerator now. That was a wild swing from him there, and the ball just didn't get up at all. His head went up in the air. Just have to keep his eyes on the ball, because a lot would be resting on his shoulders. He's been the informed batsman mostly for the Barbados contingent. He has a new batter with him at the other end. So we want to get a good start here. This one hoisted by Wiggins this time over the head of mid-on into the boundary now, and 4 good looking runs to a ball pitched up from Van Lange onto the leg stump or thereabout, and worked quite nicely over the head of mid-on for 4.
No difficulties with that shot at all. The ball was in the slot and no fielder at all in that region either, so he was allowed to play that shot freely in the air and got the 4 runs.
Total up to 17 now, and what that shot from Wiggins does is take that pressure off of Carter at the other end. That's 4 runs in the over. First delivery, signal wide. Second delivery by umpire Raj Kumar.
First wide for the innings. Previous extra being that no ball, the first over from Water. And as we were mentioning, Carter's attacking nature and sometimes just trying to hit the ball a bit too hard. From all of his shots thus far, it's clear that he's better when he's playing on the front foot. As you see, another expansive shot there from DeMarco Wiggins, and that's a beautiful 6 over the long on region. Again, the captain Van Lange just a bit too full with that delivery, and Wiggins with a very smooth stroke there. You can see the ease of the shot.
Very effortless looking shot as we look at it there again. And of course West Indies is playing South Africa, and that shot looked very much reminiscent of one Nicholas Pooran there, fetching it from outside the off stump, timing it exquisitely and putting it over the head of mid-on all the way to the boundary for 6. There is that little bit of wind coming across the ground, so that left-hand batsman, he's going to use that wind to his advantage. Dragging back the length there, skipper Van Lange.
And thus far, anything that has been pitched up has been dealt with and put away to the boundary. Anything that's either short of a length or just on that good length, they have not been able to manipulate as easily. So I think, as you can see, Van Lange being forced to put a fielder down at long on, just has to manage his control with the delivery. Better on that occasion as well, trying to dab it through the gap between third man and point, but straight to the fielder.
Yes, good bit of cricket there all wrong. Van Lange just taking pace off for the ball, having dropped that man down at long on. He has a deep mid-wicket on the boundary, but outside the off stump with that slower delivery, and Wiggins just trying to beat that short third man that has been brought into the ring now, but couldn't get it past him.
That's the first sort of pull shot we've seen. Not getting the right connection as you would have liked, but still safely away for a single.
Hetmeyer it is out at that deep mid-wicket boundary. Adrian Hetmeyer. Is he the cousin of Shimon Hetmeyer?
He's the nephew.
Nephew?
Has some cricketing royalty in his family there. Shimron with the West Indies senior team.
Out of that Berbice territory, yeah?
Yes, indeed.
Short ball, and we have to be ducking here at the commentary position in the pavilion, but tell you what, Kishan, it's gone over our heads in fact, and that breeze coming across from the east, and certainly the ball getting caught up in that wind, and it's over our heads in the pavilion for 6.
What a magnificent stroke there from Carter. Just sheer power and pinpoint execution in that shot from the young man. Again, as we saw in the stroke from Wiggins, just ease with the stroke, smooth batting, didn't really seem to hit it too hard. The ball was short and just pulled away. I think that would have been a 6 in any ground, any international size ground, even in the senior level, because that one cleared the pavilion where we are stationed here, Billy, and just seen a couple of fans checking to make sure that their cars are safe. As you know it, that ball went to the parking lot, and it's good to see that there's some Bayesian support here as well. May as well be some of the friends and family of the players, but Loud cheers and applause from that beautiful stroke from Carter. Moves on to 15 from 12. 31 without loss after 4. And it's Emmanuel Lewis to continue.
I tell you what, Wiggins here is just mixing aggression with some very tactful batting here. Looking for those deliveries he can put away, and clearly his strength is anything fractionally short or even slower deliveries, looking to pounce on it, while at the same time rotating the strike, dropping that ball into the onside when he can't rotate the strike, and he's really relieved the pressure off of Carter to score quickly.
And again short and pulled away to the leg side. There is a fielder, long one. Is that a magnificent attempt at stopping it? Almost, because he reached to the ball and was able to palm it back into play. However, due to the slope around the ground, seems to have just trickled into the boundary after. But good effort there from Wharton. A bit too short from Lewis, and we can see that anything full or short to Carter is going to be dealt with. So you really have to be on spot with your line and length as a bowler, because he will take advantage of anything that's just off cue. Much better, and this is an excellent single from the young man, putting pressure on the fielder, the Guyanese skipper Van Lange, and forcing him to not pick up the ball cleanly. 2 batsmen safely home in the end. This is really intelligent batting, Billy. I must say it's admirable from this Bajan team thus far.
Yeah, Wiggins coming into that opening slot there. He's really performed quite admirably thus far in the 5th over. There he is again, just dabbing it into the offside to backward point. It's not going to be a run, but he has mixed aggression with some tact and got that strike rotating, and Carter, the other end, has been obliged to call for any quick singles and good backing up as well. And there's a good start here, 37 without loss in the 5th over.
Yeah, they're playing, even though it's 26 overs, they're playing T20 style. And why not? In a shortened affair, you want to get as much runs on the board as possible.
See a field change.
Enough to defend.
Man dropping out to deep mid wicket. The deep cover comes into the ring. Hetmeyer.
2 fielders out on the leg side in this last over of this first power play.
And it's peeled off the outside edge, and it's going to be Hetmeyer chasing it down to deep backward point on the boundary. He was patrolling that boundary, but the ball coming off the leading edge of the bat of Wiggins there. Just 1 run in the end.
So you can see the ploy from the Guyanese team in that instance. They brought in Hetmeyer from the sweeper position, and now they're sending him back out for Carter. But that delivery, you can see that it was much slower from Emmanuel Lewis, and just probably trying to get Wiggins to mistime that one in the region. It's a wide ball.
It might just have been a bit of a damp ball there from in the outfield there. Ball from Lewis, just trying to break the wrist and bowl a slower ball. Bit of push through off spinner, just lost control of it outside the off stump. So Carter, he was looking to be aggressive initially, hasn't quite gotten into the groove, but Wiggins has taken that pressure on. He's looking more free now, Carter.
Oh, it's a misfield there. Didn't really get his hands to it, so it's not that he misfielded the ball, but wasn't able to collect it cleanly. And at the end of 5 overs, they score 40 without loss, run rate of 8 and over. I would say that's a great start in the power play for the Barbados under-17 team. Not losing a wicket and scoring at above 6 runs over is always a positive sign. As you noted in that first T20I between West Indies and South Africa, 75 without loss was the score after the power play. Alec Athanaz and Shea Hope had a great opening stand, and then of course Nicholas Puran coming in to demolish the ball to all parts of the ground.
That game, the second T20 might be on the way in about an hour's time. Hopefully the weather does not play the part down there. See some Guyanese supporters here. No, they are not in the Trini Posse stand at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. They are here in the Car Park stand supporting the boys under 17 team, and we've seen quite a few supporters from both teams out there urging the players on. And I think it's safe to say for the cricket lovers, they would have liked what they've seen regardless of what team they're from. Some good aggressive cricket. The Guyana team trying to counteract somewhat the punch from the 2 opening batsmen from Barbados, it's going to be Van Lange to continue. He's going to bowl his third over. Sixth over of the match. Let's see. He has a third man. It's a short fine leg. A square leg. A straight mid-wicket. A long on. And a long off. Now that the power play is done. Extra cover and a sweeper on the cover boundary and a backward point. Carter will face up. Touch and go for a wide there. Umpire Raj Kumar letting that one go.
Carter doesn't seem to be too happy with that decision. So walking away with a shake of the head. He left the ball alone completely. So I think in his mind it was a wide, but probably just within the line. Of course, the umpire with the best view.
This could be risky here. Dabbed into the offside to point. It was straight to him, but it wasn't going at a rapid rate, so he had to charge in there. Emmanuel Lewis tried to pick up with the one hand, but these two batters are so quick with their calling and running between the wickets. They almost jogged through for that single in the end.
And again, just putting pressure on the fielders. You have seen on more than one occasion, the fielders are not picking up the ball cleanly due to the batsmen running. Oh, and he's bowled him.
That one didn't seem to get up at all there. And there was Wiggins losing some shape. He's favoured that shot over mid-on on the onside, and he tried to go for it there again. Falling for 16 in the end. Head in the air somewhat, but the ball just not getting up as much as he anticipated with a slower delivery from Van Lange. So the variety just changing up and bringing some success here for the guy in his team, and it's the fall of the first wicket for 41 runs.
And immediately as he played that stroke, his partner on the non-striker end, I see the inside edge onto the stumps, is it? Yes, it is.
Yep.
Bottom edge going onto the stumps, so that ball not getting up off the surface and allowing him to connect freely. But Carter was just signaling to him, play with a straight bat, play with the full face, because when you play with that cross-batted shot, Billy, you close the angle and you narrow your chances of being able to score with the full face. That same delivery with that same length. If you would have probably just punched it through the covers or even tried to go over that gap on the offside, may have been able to play it safely. But again, as you said, that is his favourite shot. He seemed to be very comfortable playing to the leg side with the breeze coming to this part of the ground, and on that occasion leading to his demise. Brings the skipper for the Barbados under 17 team to the crease, Joshua Dawn. So now it's gonna add a different dynamic, having a right-handed batsman joining a left-handed batsman, where previously the opening pair were two left-handers. We're just going to give the bowler something more to think about.
You're just wondering if there's going to be a change in strategy somewhat with the new batter at the crease. Of course, this is a man the Guyanese will want to get out as soon as possible. Quite accomplished captain. One down batsman here for the Barbados team. There is no change in the field. 3 balls to come in this over.
It's a late dab. Shaping up nicely there is Dawn. And Van Lange justifying bringing himself back into the attack after that previous over was a bit expensive. Picking up a wicket in this one, and very conservative thus far.
There he resorts to his normal pace now to the new batter. Don, of course, will try to play himself in, try to get accustomed to the pace of the wicket. Not to mention the fact that he's been under the covers for much of the morning. He's anticipating some rain around, so there'll be some moisture definitely in the surface. And much quicker last 3 deliveries there for the end of that over. From Van Lange, he's gone 3 overs. He's bowled 10 dot balls in that, 22 runs conceded. Just a 1 over from Wharton at the start of the innings from the northern end, and Emmanuel Lewis taking over from him. Be interesting to see if Van Lange will continue after that 3 overs.
It just goes to show you how 1 over, not even an over, just a couple balls can cause your figures to look much different than the actual reality. Bowling 12 dot balls, and he's really been conservative, but 2 boundaries, a 6 and a 4, just changing the equation in the previous over.
These guys, they would have been much more accustomed to playing at this type of format of the game rather than the 2-day competition. Growing up across the territory for your school, various schools and clubs that they would have played in, usually they would have been playing limited overs games. So much more comfortable in this situation, and they would fully well know that when you get those wickets there, you do tend to peg the scoring rate back.
Lewis continuing. Has also been conservative, just going at around 5 runs and over. Was a very smooth run up. It's a slower delivery and doesn't reach to the fielder down there at deep mid wicket. Just a single into the end. And brings Dawn on strike.
Another fielder comes into the ring. Long off comes into mid over for the new batter, the captain Dawn. There is now 4 in the outfield. Captain positioning himself at deep square leg. There is a deep mid wicket, long on and a sweep on the cover boundary. That was an attempt at a short pitch ball, let's just say that. He dug into the more of his portion of the pitch.
Looking at the captain's reaction right in front of us here as well. And his arms were outstretched, just saying, that's not what we're setting the field for you to bowl, youngster.
But you have to say it's pretty impressive to get that much bounce out of the wicket. I think if there were 2 of them standing on his shoulders there, he still wouldn't have gotten to that delivery. Such was the height.
And he's not the tallest guy as Lewis either. But to generate that amount of bounce, he's bowling at a decent pace as well. You really haven't been able to take him apart as a batsman. Then maintaining that consistency.
We're just looking. It's a change in the field on the onside. There was no one in the ring for the previous delivery, and Van Lans just from deep backward square went into straight mid wicket inside the ring, and Hetmeyer just coming around to his right on the onside on the boundary.
And I think I agree more with that field, because a new batsman to the crease, he hasn't gotten off the markers yet. You don't want to spread the field too much and make it too easy for him.
Yeah, precisely so, and this one is worked into the onside, full delivery. It's only going to be 1 run. But quite right, Shav, that type of field was really for a batsman on the go, and it actually afforded Dawn just to rotate the strike, get himself off strike.
I reckon I just want to keep that pressure and that stimulus on the new batsman. Make him work hard for his runs. That's a good delivery, but also well played and a good single. So excellent all-around cricket there from the youngsters. Showing the intuition. At the end of 7 overs, the score 45 for the loss of 1. Carter still there, 24 from 20, and his skipper Joshua Dawn 1 from 6. I think, as you noted before, Billy, Carter being one of the standout batsmen for the Bajan team, they would want him to bat through the entirety of this 26 overs, and with his power hitting ability, as well as we see his intelligence in rotating the strike and getting singles, there's nothing preventing him from getting a big score here once he settles himself and has that desire to bat through the innings.
Yeah, and he's going to have good company there with his captain, not to mention the fact that Joshua Branch is back into the team, so he'll have good company if he wants to try and bat throughout much of the innings. Of course, the Guyanese team, as we see a bowling change here, it's going to be Romario Ramdawal. He has been the leading wicket taker in the 2-day competition, picking up 16 wickets, and he's going to come into the attack now. Spin is going to be a long off, long on, deep cover on the boundary, as well as a deep mid wicket. Those are the fielders in the deep. Also a short third point, extra cover and cover inside the ring, and ball is played out to that extra cover. Good start here from Romario. He wasn't listed down as a bowler for the two-day tournament, and he ended up taking a bunch of wickets, finishing with the leading wicket taker in the tournament. Oh, this one in the air. Latif is coming along a deep cover. He's not quite going to get there. Came off the top edge of the bat. And a chance in the air for Carter. He gets a single in the end.
So immediately you see the impact of spin, as we are so accustomed to at this Gilbert Park venue. Spin is really one of the trump cards here, and the surface allows the ball to grip and turn. So that lack of pace on the ball, just having Carter mistime that shot, and I would have liked to see Latif just maybe dive forward there, you know, with the exuberance of youth, but no harm in that instance. Of course, these youngsters are doing their best out there on the field, so it's good to see them giving their 100% effort.
The ball just seemed to hang in the air somewhat. Seemed to give Latif enough time to get in there, but there was no wind aiding it to push it toward him.
Quicker through the air from Ramdahal. So the first two deliveries he has bowled to Dawn has been much flatter. And again, another flat and pacey delivery. This one just down the leg side and being signaled wide, but difference in approach. To Carter, he was giving the ball a bit more air and just hanging it back a bit in terms of the length. To Dawn, he's pushing the ball through and trying to force him to be cramped for room. That one got a bit more air and easily worked into the leg side for a single. Stifle appeal, but I think I heard a bit of a noise there. Maybe just hitting the bat first before the pad. And the 8th over comes to an end. Barbados under 17, 48 for the loss of 1. Van Lange, the only bowler to get that wicket thus far. And it looks as if we're going to have a change in bowling from both ends. Seen Spin introducing that over with Ramdahal.
It seems it's going to be Chulai there. He picked up 3 wickets for 42 runs in the two-day outing against the Barbados team. Barbados coming into this game against Guyana, and they would have wanted to play regardless of the conditions. Because of that victory they got over Guyana in the two-day tournament, where they won by an innings and some 46 runs or so, I believe. Really dominating performance again, the Barbados team, to retain their title, being victorious with a 3-0 win in the two-day tournament.
And also commendations to the Barbados under-19 team as well, which won both the two-day and the 50-over championship in that age group.
So they won't want to be outdone here by the under-19 teammates.
Not. And the head coach for the Barbados under-17, Mr. Dexter Toppin, was the assistant coach for the under-19, so bringing all of his expertise to these youngsters.
It's a good looking shot there from Dawn, just pushing it out, smothering the spin out.
He looks to have some class about him, does Dawn. Even in his defensive strokes, which he has not scored off, shapes up very nicely.
I would imagine he would have been part of that under-19 setup at some point in their training camps as well. So it could very well be all one unit together, the under-19 and the under-17s, learning off of each other and the coaches. This one's in the air, going out over the head of Longhorn for a very high, massive 6 there off the bat of Carter. And what a blow from him. So the bowling has, you you can see some potential in the bowling, but the batsmen just going after them, not giving them any reprieve whatsoever.
The sheer power of Zachary Carter. That ball seemed as if it was just going to settle into the hands of Wharton down at that long on region and sail easily over his head. Kept travelling. Quicker through the air, July. And again, intelligent batting from Carter. Very impressed with this young man, Billy. Mixing that aggression with that rotation of strike, knowing when to play with soft hands, knowing when to attack the ball, and again with his strength, he easily clears the boundary rope. So it's not to say that he's taking much risk or chances, backing himself and showing his abilities here.
And he might have just been hitting into a light breeze there as well, as the ball hung up in the air again. But enough power on it that time. The end of that over. Beg your pardon. 4 deliveries in the over. Change in the field rather. The spectators as well. Normally in a West Indian crowd, after you see a big 6 and a ball played down after, you get oohs and ahs from the crowd. Not this crowd, they're cheering every single run. So total goes on to 57 for 1 now into the 9th over with 1 delivery to come. Carter on 32, facing up to Chulai in his first over. Oh, what a shot that is there. Just short and down the leg side, and Carter just helps it around the corner over the head of square leg. Captain Van Lange is just gesticulating to Chulai, is why are you going down that area?
Short,
pitch it on the offside.
Into the leg side of a batsman with Carter's prowess. It's meat and drink at this stage for him, Billy. At the end of 9 overs, the score 61 for the loss of 1 wicket. And Carter going along very nicely, 36 run 26. Chulai just missing his length on a couple occasions, either too full or too short, and allowing Carter to play over the top as well as to just play freely on the leg side.
And just as Wiggins was doing, he seemed to hit that shot with effortless timing and power. It raced across the outfield. It was almost flat with just a couple bounces into the rope, but never got over the head height. Such was the power behind the shot. Captain Van Lange here would want to try and pull things back a little bit. 61 runs conceded in 9 overs, and he's looking to ram the hole to get some of that form and luck that he had in that 2-day tournament and pinch a wicket here. Coming very close to that popping crease there with that delivery around the hole. You just want to keep an eye on that. You don't want to commit that cardinal sin of stepping over, particularly with Carter in the mood that he's in. And Dom's just to be biding his time to try and rotate the strike and give Carter as much strike as possible.
And that's one of the most essential things about batting in partnerships, really, in that with the way Carter is going, he's allowing his captain to settle in to the crease. He doesn't have to play too aggressively. You can see a beautiful sweep shot there, and whenever the ball is in the area for him to take advantage, he will certainly do so. Just eases so much of pressure off a new batsman when your non-striking partner is able to take some of that tension off for you. Scoring boundaries obviously helps, but even apart from that, just rotating the strike and not letting you get stuck in at what end is so important.
Definitely. Joshua Bourne just showing a little bit of that class you want to expect of a West Indies number 4, number 3 batsman. Certainly showcasing his talent out here in Trinidad and Tobago for this under-17 tournament. He's had a good season in the 2-day campaign and looking to just carry on into the 50-over competition. And tugged around the corner there, just letting the ball come onto the bat, working it into the gaps, rotating the strike. Brings Carter into strike 64 for 1. 5 deliveries gone in the order, and this is going to be a key delivery here now from Romario Rodder Hall. Just try one ball to come. It's Carter going to be on strike, and fielders disappearing into the boundaries now. You want to have a good delivery here.
If I was Carter, I was just going to play with soft hands and get a sinker and keep the strike. Instead, he tries to go back into the car park and misses that one, unfortunately. So, a dot ball, which is golden for the Guyanese.
Yeah, that was a key delivery there. And just getting off the hook. Carter, well, let's say both of them indeed, because had he got some bat onto that, he would have been hitting with the breeze with one man to beat on the deep backward square boundary, and at the same time Romario beating that outside edge could have well snicked or played onto the off stump, as did Wiggins trying to hoist one into that deep. So honours even there of that final delivery. 10 overs gone, 64 for 1.
See the skipper Joshua Dawn just out of the view of the screen having a change of bat. Maybe that bat wasn't firing as he would have liked.
This is Captain Jonathan having a word with his bowler there. 6 runs coming off 2 overs from Romario, and Chulai going for 13 in his first over. He's just having a word with him. Try his best just to pull this one back. He does have Dawn on strike, so an opportunity to sneak in a couple dot balls or singles. Pushed into the offside, and a sweep on the boundary coming into play.
And it's good to see the confidence being shown in the bowler from the captain. Normally after getting 13 in one over, you would see a change if a captain is being reactive, but I think he's backing Chulai here, knowing his competence and his ability to get wickets.
Well, Van Lans himself got for 22 runs in his 2 overs and trusted himself to stay on and pick up that wicket, so he just had that confidence in his bowler Chulai.
Lightning will strike twice, but in a different location.
Because his left arm going over the wicket this time, changing it up to the left-handed Carter. Chulai, of course, finishing with 14 wickets in the 2-day tournament, the 5th most wickets for any bowler in the 2-day tournament. 3 of those wickets coming against the Barbados outfit. They only batted once in that 2-day encounter. Used to be a rarity to see left-arm spinners, but we see an abundance of them now across the region. It's a faster delivery. Squirted out between bat and pat somewhat. We'll have to have a look at that replay. See exactly where that ball passed. It is a wide signal by the umpire. First glance, I thought it came off some of the pad.
Yeah, it definitely seemed to have taken a touch somewhere, but maybe it could have been turned after it went that length down the leg side.
That is one of the things we haven't spoken about, how much turn is there in the pitch. We'll have a good look at it here now, time permitting. Very interesting there, that Dawn getting onto that front foot off of the left arm spin and punching it into that gap there, rotating the strike continuously.
Just opening the face of the bat, allowing him to reach to that cover point region.
Yeah, what it does do is bring Carter back on strike each time. So there have been 2 singles in the over, 1 wide called, and just 1 ball to come. Another critical delivery here for Chulai in this spell. It's in the air. There's a man out there deep. Is he going to get her wrong? Yes, he gets her wrong, in fact. It's only going to be 1 run. So just 4 runs in that over, singles. 3 singles and a wide. A good comeback over there from Chulai.
And again showing thanks to his captain for giving him that second over, because he has certainly come back in terms of his line and length, you know. First over was very inconsistent, either too full or too short. And on this instance, he was able to restrict the batsman, no boundaries, most importantly coming off of it, and of course having the support, as we can hear in the stands, of what seems to be his family members. You know, every delivery cheering him on. It's just so great to see that these youngsters are having that encouragement. Ramley Hull continues. Carter Again looking for the boundary, but gets a single. And likewise, as we see the support from the Guyanese, the Bayesian family members as well are certainly echoing their cheers and their compliments after each shot.
Talk a little bit about the field placing as well from Van Lange. Every ball that's been hit on the ground has been two other fieldsmen out in the deep. So only when they've tried to go aerial and cleared the boundaries, they've conceded runs. But other than that, we see Lange just setting the field exactly where he wants it. It's played out to long on, uppishly.
So you can just see from the shape of Dawn that he's one of those classy, technical batsmen. You know, he's not looking to be a player that wants to hit the ball too hard or already slug, but he's just playing his strokes.
Yeah, very much in the mold of Shamar Brooks and so on. Yeah, that
And
classical number 3. Precisely. Hoisted in the air. There's a man out in the deep at long on, and a comfortable catch taken out there by Rashid Latif that gets the wicket of Carter for 38 runs off of 32 deliveries, and the second wicket falling. 2 overs that really pegged back the scoring rate from Romario Ramdahal as well as Chulai on the other end, and bringing a wicket now. That ball pitching and just holding up a tad bit, and Carter threw the shot. Got it high up onto the bat somewhat, and a comfortable catch there. He made it look quite easy there, taking that catch at Latif.
I must say, when Latif was approaching the ball, he looked so comfortable. I was just wondering if the ball's going over his head or not, because we have seen everything from Carter that has been dispatched in the air clear the boundary quite easily. But unfortunately, in that occasion, Ramdahal getting the better of him and showing just reward for the pressure that he placed in his first 2 overs, as well as we were just mentioning how critical that previous over from Chulai was in terms of pegging back the scoring. And there you see forcing Carter to take advantage or try to take advantage of Ramdahal and not getting the better of him on that occasion. Notably as well, Ramdahal, that delivery, he went a bit wide off the crease. A couple of the deliveries previously he bowled close to the umpire and the stumps, and that one you can just see he went a couple steps to the right and just using that angle to undercut the ball in to Carter and probably not allowing him to get the same amount of bounce or carry through with the shot.
As well to swing through the line of the ball. Correct. Absolutely correct.
So intelligent bowling from the youngster and showing the reason why he was the leading wicket taker.
Precisely there. He was not pegged as a bowler for the tournament, but he's finished leading wicket taker, and here he is in the wickets again. He has 1 for 8. As a new batter comes in, this is Branch, Joshua Branch, top scoring in the first game for Barbados with a score of 84, then picked up that groin hip injury and has been out of the 2-day tournament. Couldn't play in the other 2 games, but assured by coach Dexter Toppin that he's fit and ready. We see him out there in the middle, and the voices that you will be hearing on our back up on the microphone will be his parents.
Yes. Lovely family support down here at Gilbert Park. As that one strays down the leg side, not taken by the keeper. Doesn't seem like if it would run straight to the boundary. And they get 2. Just waiting to see if the umpire signals any wides or not. So no wides, no byes. Maybe just getting a tickle off the bat. 2 added to the score for the skipper Joshua Dawn. So now 2 right-handers at the crease. I'm excited to see the next over from Chulai as well, with that left-arm orthodox just coming across these 2 batsmen.
One thing we haven't seen from both spinners is them flighting the ball at all. Might just be an opportunity there for them to add some variation to their bowling with 2 right-handers in.
A lot of flat deliveries thus far from the spinners, and at the end of 12 overs, 75 for the loss of 2. So Barbados still going along nicely, and Guyana doing well to peg back the scoring at this stage.
Yes, going to be Chulai to continue. There of course is Hetmeyer with his medium pacers to bowl as well, and Wharton just 1 delivery in his spells. He have probably 3 or 4 depending on who is going to bowl 6 overs, if any at all.
Correct,
So
and as
he
we
has
know,
overs in.
at the 12 over mark, at the 6 overs, the first power play, the score is 45 without loss. So in the last 6 overs, just 30 runs scored and 2 wickets. So definitely showing that the spinners have taken to the fore here, using this Gilbert Park pitch to the best of their ability. That's a uncharacteristic shot from Dawn. You've seen him try to sweep on a couple of occasions, but that one didn't seem to be there for sweeping.
Just wondering if he's under some pressure. He's 13 off of 23 deliveries, and I wonder if he's just feeling a bit under the pressure now with Carter gone, who was scoring at a rapid rate, and those overs that have been pulled back the scoring rate with a play and miss outside of the off stump. He's trying to force the shot now.
And just that's get himself. You don't want to impose that self-pressure and that tension on yourself as a batsman, especially as a captain as well. You want to lead from the front, and rather than looking for the big stroke, I would say look to get some more singles. Probably try to score a runner ball until you get that easy ball to put away to the boundary.
Quick single there, played out to short third man, and they do get that quick single. There's a throw to the non-strikers end, but CWI didn't haul it in. He just let the ball go past, probably thinking it was going to hit the stumps.
And just as we were talking about the quick singles or rotating the strike, one turns into two because of the pressure being placed on the fielder.
Yes, and that would be the smart cricket to play in these middle overs of these innings. As we've seen, middle overs, 50 overs, have been very difficult in terms of rotation of the strike, particularly for the West Indies senior team. You want to have some of that being on show here with the Barbados team. It's going to spin away, and this is what I was asking about with that left hand of CWI coming in to the right hand bone. If he's going to just plug that gap that he was getting that free single all the time through that cover area, pushing it out, and he has put a man in that position. Just stop that rotation of strike with that fielder there.
And that one noticeably slower from CWI, giving it some air and just allowing the ball to get some purchase off of the pitch. But
yeah, just wondering, Kisha, if when we were going to see those flighted deliveries now to extract some of that turn with two right-handers at the crease, particularly as you said off the bowling of CWI, where he can get it to spin and leave the right-hander.
And with that fielder short there next to the umpire, I can try to see if he can get an outside edge.
Yeah, there's that grip and turn.
Extra box as well on that occasion.
This is going to get quite interesting now. The bowlers now can get to show their wares a bit. So it's 78 for 2 after 13 overs. Top scorer for the innings so far for Barbados, Zachary Carter. He has gone for 38 off of 33. Wiggins provided the entertainment early on in the power play, scoring 16 runs off 17 with some handsome sixes over the mid-wicket area. Just testing out some of the insurance companies in Trinidad and some windscreens in the car park was Wiggins. But it's Joshua Dawn who is at the crease with Joshua Branch joining him with the fall of those 2 wickets, and the scoring rate just being pegged back a bit from the bowling of CWI and Romario Shepherd. And as we say that, there is going to be a bowling change from the southern end, and it's going to be Hetmeyer, who we spoke about, to come in with his medium pace bowling. So a good spell from Romario around the whole 3 overs, 1 for 12. And he has been a wicket taker in the tournament, and he really was the one who started to slow the scoring of the Barbados team down somewhat. And CWI, after a very expensive first over, has pulled it back with his other 2 overs. He's 3 for 21. No wickets for him, but it's going to be a bowling change now. Hetmeyer.
So we're normally accustomed to seeing Hetmeyer with the bat. Now we're going to see Hetmeyer with the ball. That's a nice start there from the youngster. But again, excellent calling from Joshua Branch. That's about the second or third occasion that he has called for the run from the non-strikers end, and we have seen that Joshua Dawn likes to just open the face of the bat down to that third man region. If your non-striker is quick and he's confident in his ability, he basically is playing the ball straight into the fielder's hand and taking a single.
I knew you would have picked up on that. Most of those singles have been straight toward the fielder, not with a great pace, but such has been the backing up that they're almost jogging it at times. So on a shorter ball from Hetmeyer, just slowing up in the pitch a bit and just punched in the air to that fielder at extra cover, but it's not going to get to him. It was to his right, and a bit of a risk there with that shot. Perhaps he was looking to go through the shot and the ball not coming through, and he just held it back somewhat.
Almost a heart and mouth movement there. It was evident as soon as the ball hit the pitch, it slowed up upon reaching to the batsman, and thankfully he was safe in the end.
They go for that. This is the indecision in the running there, and the non-striker there Branch was quick to take off for the single, and this time it was hit with some pace to the field and was on the bounce as well, not along the ground. This is where you have to be very careful running those sharp singles. Two fielders that are in the circle, because it bounced quite nicely for Wharton, it looks like there, and he just picked up and had a shy, and it could have been a little bit of difficulty there with a little bit of hesitation in the running.
Wide delivery there, keeping low as well. And now we can see almost every delivery that they're trying to get a single off, because that's again intelligent cricket, seeing the ball going far wide and the keeper not picking it up cleanly and taking advantage of that to keep rotating the strike. And you know how easily that can offset any bowler, whether it be at the youth stage or the senior level stage. Once a batsman keeps ticking over the strike and rotating, just has you a bit uneasy in terms of your consistency. Banged into the pitch. Again, it doesn't have the pace to trouble them, but that's excellent work on the boundary from Latif. And what looked as if might have been a short boundary, that ball was speeding along the carpet.
Well, it seemed to garner pace as it sped along straight back past the bowl, and there is that dry surface behind the umpire, and it seemed to pick up speed and the slope, correct, and Latif had really to put in the yards there and throwing himself on the ground to haul it in. But a good looking shot, good piece of fielding. There is a bit of a change in personnel behind the stumps. I just saw that one went through, not taken cleanly there. It is Rampasad Ramnath, the opening batter, who is holding the gloves. And Wilkinson is at extra cover. He's in the firing line. He's always, of course, accustomed to being in the firing line with the gloves on. Pleasant looking shot, timed to perfection out to the cover boundary.
Got a favourable bounce there. That brings the 14th over to an end. Score 86 for the loss of 2. And the players are going to have a bit of refreshments on the field. And we'll have a bit of a break ourselves. So we'll join you back shortly for the rest of this first innings in this encounter.
We're back here live at the Gilbert Park facility in central Trinidad. Continuing with the Barbados innings, it's going to be Joshua Dawn on strike and Gulsharan Chulai. He's bowled 3 overs for 21 runs, 9 dot balls in his spell thus far. And it's been a good comeback from his first over. I believe he went for about 13 runs or so in the first over. So he's pegged it back quite nicely and added pressure that saw the fall of the second wicket for the Barbados team. And he's now introducing his variation, some flighted delivery, some push through, as he's bowling to 2 right-handers now. And these 2 batters here, a lot would rest on their shoulders. 2 senior men in form for the Barbados team.
Oh, that's a beautiful delivery. Flight, turn and bounce, the dream of any spinner. And that's why I'm encouraging them to just flight it a bit more. We know the surface gives rewards to spinners.
And it does look a good surface as well. Having a look at it, even this morning when there was some wet spots around on the outfield in the square, the pitch looked in good condition. No real issues with the pitch at all. It's properly well secured from some overnight rain. The ground staff have done yeoman service here to get the ground ready for that 1:30 start. And we've gotten to the 15th over now.
Yeah, the positive thing is that even if we do get another interruption at this stage, as we're just feeding a couple of rain droplets coming across the screen, as a 15 over comes to an end, 86 for the loss of 2. If there is another stoppage, hopefully they can still get another innings in, because there are enough overs left in the day in terms of the time until the close of play, and essentially having already passed 15 overs, you know, they can do their
constitutes a match now. Yeah,
correct.
So if that rain does fall, we can close the first innings. Of course, that will all be accordance under the watchful eyes of the match referee Ram Sahai, as well as the third official Denzel James. It's going to be Adrian Hetmeyer to continue. His first over went for 8 runs. This one hit again straight back down the ground. Latif just comes around this time, not as much pace on that shot as we saw in the initial delivery from the previous over, the one that raced across the outfield. But saw Latif just sprawling out there trying to haul it back in. This time a much more comfortable retrieval in the deep. 87 for 2.
Chance for a run out here. Direct hit. And the umpire sends him. Excellent work in the outfield there to run out Joshua Branch. And he'll be very disappointed with that, after we were commending him highly on his ability to back up and go down the crease. On this occasion, his partner was not responsive.
And this is what we were speaking about with those quick singles that are played straight out to the fieldsman. You have to judge if it's along the ground and how fast it's going to the fielder. In this case, the backing up was there, as this has been throughout the innings. However, this time there was a lot of pace on that ball. Not to mention that Branch was on the back foot to try and push off to get there. But it was a lucky throw and a direct hit, underarm throw to the stumps there. If they had taken the run and it didn't hit, he would have been home. It would have been a single, and we may have been saying it's a good run again.
Exactly.
But this time, the throw was direct onto the stump. Took a little hesitation for the umpire, but in the end, it was surely out, as he was well short of his ground.
And not only that, Billy, the irony is, this is one occasion where being quick between the wickets led to his downfall, because he was so quick out of the blocks, he reached almost half pitch, and the ball just reached to that fielder short on the leg side. So by the time he was ready to turn back, you know,
he's caught in no man's land, stranded at the middle of the pitch.
Correct. So by all means, commend him for his ability to run between the wickets. Just needs to measure it a bit more, and it looks as if the new batsman in number 14, Kevion Newton, at the non-striker's end right now, due to the last wicket being a run out. We know that with the new laws of the game, any other dismissal the new batsman would be facing. And that swatted away into the offside, but protection down at deep third man just comes around and reduces it to a single. So you can see that Dawn likes to open the face of the bat anytime he's playing to the offside, whether it be to just dab it to that short third man. On multiple occasions we have seen him play through that cover point region.
And it was Afraz Ali Budu who effected that run out there. Casual underarm throw. Had one stump to aim at. Did it to perfection. Almost as if he was bowling one of those bowling balls in the alley there. And got a clean strike. So it is Newton to face up. And that pressure again. Hetmeyer into his second over. He's gone for 10 runs so far. Again dabbed in through the hands of the fielder there. At backward point, Romesh Barrett there conceding the single there. Just letting off Newton there, getting off the mark. The tight over here from Hetmeyer. 16th over of the innings.
Hold him! Cartwheel that off stump. What a beautiful sight for any fast bowler. And Hetmeyer, as you can see from that celebration, leaping into the air in excitement, just shows that he's very elated with that dismissal. Getting the captain to go, trying to play an uncharacteristic shot, I would say, from what we have seen of Dawn thus far. You can see from the delivery, that one, in fact it was the leg stump. It looked as if it was the off stump from the side angle, but you can see that ball tailing in to the batsman.
I tell you what, it's been a very impressive over here from Hetmeyer. You see that ball just swinging in between bats and pad, knocking that leg stump out of the ground. But there was a ball just all over the place with that shot, trying to force the issue, having lost the wicket of Branch there. You thought he might have just played it around a little bit, rotate the strike again with the new batter coming in. And it's now 4 wickets down for 89 run in the 16th over. And what a good over here from Hetmeyer. 2 wickets in the over, just conceding the 3 runs. But his line and length has been good on or about that off stump. And he's been just short of a length, and they've had to just punch it back down to Latif at long off or through the covers on the offside. But this time he pitches one up, gets that ball to swing in appreciably, and plucks that leg stump out of the ground. What a sight for a fast bowler, or any bowler in fact, to knock a stump out of the ground. What an occasion to do it as well against Barbados, the defending champions, in the first game of the 50 over tournament. The new batter is Gadson Bowens. He is in, the wicketkeeper. And again they're looking for a quick single. It is Ali Budu shying at the stump of the non-striker's end. And this time it was an overarm throw. 3 stumps to aim at, very close to the stump, and misses the stumps there. Brings that over to an end. 89 for 4, and another opportunity. Could have been 3 wickets in that over.
Such a close chance there again. And you can just see from the expression on the faces of the fielders, it was much tighter than it looked from the outside. Try to put a bit more force with that return compared to the first run out. First run out, noticeably, the ball went straight to him. So he was allowed to just pick it up on the bounce and then underarm flick to the stumps. This occasion had to attack the ball and throw backwards.
That's Afraz Ali there patrolling at mid-wicket. Vice captain of this team, another Berbice player with his fellow compadre in Adrian Hetmeyer. Both of them play for that Berbice back in Guyana. And such has been the bowling of Hetmeyer. He's been close wicket to wicket, holding that line and length and just forcing the batsman to force shots to try to rotate the strike. It's going to be Chulai to continue. He's into his 5th over now, so he is going to bowl out here. Is he going to be one of the bowlers for the 5 over allotment, or is he going to be given that 6th over? It will depend on how this over goes.
And they still have Ramdial with some overs inside as well.
If he has a good over here, having gone for 13 runs in his first over, now at 21 runs, so he's pegged it back in his last 3 overs. Maybe tempted to give him that 6th over. Of course, if he gives him that 6th over and he bowls a good over, it's one less over you have to give one of your other normal bowlers and get that over out of the way. He's bowling to Newton, the new man in. There's going to be a proliferation of dot balls here now with the loss of those 2 wickets there.
What I like about it as well is that he's getting back to his mark quickly and not giving the batsman any time to settle. By the time he knocks his bat, the bowler is ready to deliver.
Very typical of left-arm spinners.
Yeah. And if I were in the situation as a batsman, I may probably just walk away for a little bit, fix my gloves, check the part, as you can see right now. So, great to see the youngsters using the initiative to just kill some time, you know. Just try to offset that momentum of the bowler.
Yeah, they're quite aware of the little nuances of the game to buy time, play in the minds of the bowler. Casual single there, pushed out to deep cover, so it's 90 for 4 after 17 overs. The 2 spinners have pulled it back. Hetmeyer's come on in his 2 overs, 1 run out, 1 wicket bowled, and he certainly pegged them back, just going for 11 runs in his 2 overs. Seems to be a bit of a mid-pitch consultation between almost all of the Guyanese team.
Well, I was not going to say the entire team has huddled as if they've just taken a wicket. Now dispersing after a quick chat.
Not often you see that on a cricket match in the middle of a changeover.
Definitely not, but it just shows a testament to the chemistry of these youngsters, because even as we said in the morning interval, no cricket was going on. We were just wondering whether we were going to get, if any, play at all, and the start of it. And they were in phase. They were knocking around the ball, they were chatting with each other, they were laughing. It seems as if all of these youngsters are not just teammates, but also friends on and off the field, and it augurs well for their performances going forward.
There's a quick single here, punched into the onside, but a little bit deep there. Is Wilkinson at extra cover, more hanging onto the 30-yard circle, and a chance for that rotation of strike there again from Bowens. 91 for 4. I think they're enjoying as well all the hospitality that Trinidad and Tobago has to offer.
Anytime I have a chat with any of the coaching or playing staff from our lovely Caribbean islands, they always mention that they love to come to Trinidad and Tobago for the cuisine and the variety of delicacies we have on offer.
Nice spell here from Hetmeyer again.
And of course, in comparison to Barbados, we don't have the exquisite paradise beaches that they do. But we have a lot of things to offer down here in Trinidad and Tobago, which many of our counterparts are grateful to experience. And likewise, when we travel to their shores, it's the beauty of our Caribbean West Indies network.
Right down the leg
side.
Yeah, definitely here in the Caribbean, we can, from island to island, the culture is different, the facilities are different, but it's all a paradise atmosphere out there in any island you go to across Trinidad and Tobago. For instance, we are here in the central at Gilbert Park, and just behind us is the industrial complex that sports a lot of, we have steel export companies, methanol export companies, gas and so on, just at the back of us here at this facility. Not to mention this ground here at Gilbert Park here was part of the Carney Sugar Cane Factory company. This facility now run by the Sport Company of Trinidad and Tobago, and just across the way we can see where they was stored some of the molasses and some of the bagasse and so on. We sit in the heart of the sugarcane fields in Central. Hetmeyer is certainly liking the sweetness of this pitch here. He's holding that line outside the off stump just on or about and creating a lot of pressure in this spell here.
Well, he's found his rhythm from his first delivery when we saw that he was bang on target and not giving the batsman any room to free their hands. And with his height and his action, he's getting that ball to just skid through and keep a bit low. This one bouncing because a bit shorter, but straight to the skipper, shy at the stumps. Excellent throw, but not out. Good running.
It was good cricket all wrong there. Van Lange was a bit deep, hanging back at mid-on on the ring itself, but it was played with force out to him, and he got that. The first thing he had to do was right, and he got it in his hands, kept his eyes on the ball, and then took aim and a direct hit from him. You could ask no more of him there as a fielder there to try and execute the run out, but the good running and calling was there again, as we see in previous overs, and this time a successful single and a good rotation of the strike here to break up the rhythm of Hetmeyer.
Into the pads, but very stifled appeal, as everyone could see it was going down the leg side. And brings the 18th over to an end. 94 for the loss of 4. 8 overs remaining in this innings. Hetmeyer 7 dot deliveries, Chulai 19 dot deliveries, and Van Lange 10. Thus far, all of the spinners have fared well. Economy just above 4 runs per over. Hetmeyer just around 5 runs per over.
And what has been impressive about that Hetmeyer spell, he came in at a time when the scoring rate was just starting to come down, but there was still enough runs on the board and a good scoring rate of over 5. And even when the wickets fell from pressure he created and the left-hand right-hand combination came to the crease, he still managed to hold his lengths and line to both left-hand and right-hand batters to maintain that pressure, which was so critical in trying to peg this total back. As Barbados just under 100 runs, they would want to get over that total perhaps in this over. 19 over of the innings, just 7 overs to come. It's going to be the captain. He's changing ends, Jonathan Van Lange.
Just making some adjustments to the field. Right now the 4 fielders outside the circle. Is the long off, the long on, a sweeper on the offside boundary, and now fixing a deep mid wicket on that leg side. And starts off with a slower ball, so somewhat of a double bluff there, sending that fielder back out, maybe indicating that he would have probably tried to go short into the batsman.
The 11 dot balls in his first 3 overs, which he bowled from the southern end, conceding 22 runs. He was expensive in his first over. Wiggins taking advantage of the power play, but he's pegged it back. And he's got the outside edge this time, and Bowens is gone for 1, fishing outside the off stump to a ball going across him. Faster delivery this time, another change up from Van Lange, and pricing out the 5th wicket of the Barbados team, and it's not going to be 100 runs, it's going to be the fall of another wicket here.
And prior to that delivery, just as the bowler was at the top of his mark, Latif at short cover signaled to the keeper to just come up a couple of steps, because we saw with the first delivery that the ball did not carry through to him. And it just goes to show you the good awareness of the players all around. You could see from the replay that he walked up quite some way. And I was just wondering if he stayed in the previous position, whether that ball might have dipped before it reached him. But intelligent thinking from not only the captain and the bowler, but also the other fielders around who noticed. As you can see.
Yeah, excellent observation there, Kishav. That's why we pay you the big bucks here at Cricket 360.
It's just the passion for the game, as you also share with Billy and everyone here in our production team. Just to notice everything, not only what we see directly on the pitch itself, but all of the movements around, which makes this game such a wonderful spectacle to behold. You know, cricket is always something that shows testament to the mental strength and ability of players. You know, some persons might think that it's a bit long, or you know, it's a bit drawn out, but it's really a test of not only your physical fitness and ability, but your mental intelligence and awareness throughout the constant period of the game.
And that is something that the US is realizing quite quickly too, with the infusion of cricketers into the US as the game is being built, marketed across there. And the passion is being sent across there as well. A lot of Trinidadians, a lot of Caribbean players there influxing there to play different types of tournament. And speaking of ability as well and versatility of the players, it is Ramnath with the gloves who took that catch, who's normally not be the wicket keeper. We've seen Wilkinson wicket keep throughout the tournament. Vishkas Wilkinson, the wicket keeper for the team in the 2-day tournament, and this time he's in the outfield, and opening batter for the Guyanese team, Rampasad Ramnath with the gloves, and then he has that ability to step forward and the confidence to move up to the faster bowling. Quite competent catch behind the stumps.
Shows you what a compliment it is to have a squad where you have multiple players who can do multiple activities on the field. Bat, keep, bowl, field, everything. So, wild slash there from Newton, and that one reached the gloves quicker from Van Lange.
Yeah, we've seen some slower balls from him, but when he's decided to push it through, it's been very rapid.
Well, he's a strong guy for the under-17 format. You can see on the field Van Lange towers over some of his teammates and just using those broad shoulders to generate some of that pace.
And one of the things the umpires were concerned with, the match referee as well, Mr. Ram Sahai, was that bowlers run up on the northern end of the ground where that sawdust was thrown. And it's for guys like these Van Lange who would have to run through those soft areas on the pitch to ensure that it was safe enough for these young boys to, with all their exuberance, to run through the surface and have confidence in the surface with their grip. And they've done an excellent job to get this game underway, and the sun is out with us. Another quick single there, rotation of strike. The sun has been out after lunch there, dried up the outfield quite nicely and makes a quite picturesque view. 97 for 5 after 19. It's a good weather now for cricket.
Yes, excellent conditions, and the sun hasn't really been beating down on the players since we have had the start of play. Just seeing a bit of light around the field at this point in time, but it's really top tier conditions for play. A nice breeze around, nice cloud cover overhead, and you're going to see the return of Wharton, who only had that one over to open, and again a switch of ends. And thus far with Van Lange bowling 4 overs, I'm wondering if he's going to complete his spell and be the only bowler that may bowl 6. As we know, with the revised conditions, one bowler can bowl 6 while 4 bowlers can bowl 5, thus making up the total of 26 overs.
A 1 over for 9 runs from Wharton. He's bowling from the southern end this time. Bit of a change up from him. Oh, what a good Yorker delivery there. There's an appeal. Seemed to be 2 sounds. He got some on the edge onto the boot. But what a good start there. Good delivery there from Devon Wharton.
But if you can bowl that consistently at this stage of the innings, it's going to be very difficult for Barbados. That's a really top class delivery. Having bowled 1 over at the start of innings and to come back now and first delivery up being a Yorker. A spot on there from Wharton.
Just maybe wondering if it might have tailed in. Yeah, the umpire deciding, Umpire Rajkumar, may have just missed the leg stump. What a quick delivery there outside the off stump. A bit of a shout of appeal from wicketkeeper Ramnath behind the stumps, but more in exuberations for a fantastic delivery from Wharton.
He's generating some nice pace as well as Wharton.
So a bit of shuffling around in the field now. Short, fine leg is just dropping back out, 3/4 way to the boundary. A loud appeal this time, struck on the pad there, Newton. They ambled through for the single. We'll like to have a look at that again as that ball was pitched. Very quick bowling there from Wharton. Loud appeal from him. Interesting to see where this one struck him. Not out given by the umpire. Just getting that ball to tail in there, heading down the leg side. Nice aggressive bowling here from Wharton, and again the fine leg comes back into the ring. This one played away past points. There is a third man on the boundary, is going to come in there. So just a single. Chulai out in the deep. Left-hander just coming around to his right.
And just to give you an idea of the score in the other encounter between Trinidad and Tobago and the Windward under-17s, Trinidad and Tobago currently on 53 for the loss of 4 after 12.2 overs.
So another loud appeal here. This time the umpire gives it. Struck. He's been after that front pad. Wharton. Everything has been on target, and this time his appeal is in the affirmative, and Newton goes for 5. And another wicket falls now with the total on 99 in the 20th over.
You can see from the replay that Wharton was looking to target those stumps again with his pace. That one hitting the back leg, which may have been the reason why umpire Rajkumar gave him out, because you can see he was clearly going towards the leg side, but he steps back and across there and it hits him plumb, so it really is a close decision. Could have been tailing down leg, but at the end of the day the umpire is the one with the best view, and he would have decided that given the foolish length of the delivery, given that it was a Yorker essentially, maybe it would not have deviated that much to pass the leg stump and maybe clipping the leg stump bales, as we see with the umpire's call in the review systems these days.
Yeah, we have seen that ball tailing in, hence the 3 appeals in that over previous to that, all given not all by umpire Rajkumar, but quite rightly so. Kishav, that one a bit fuller, struck him on the full, and umpire judging that sufficiently clipping enough of the stump to give it out. The new batter is Andre Batiste.
Leasing the pressure with that first ball wide.
So this has been a very good bowling change from the captain to bring Wharton back on from the southern end, and he's been bang on target with getting the ball to in swing a bit. And it's proved the undoing of Newton. 100 up on the board now. 6 wickets down. It'll be 101 for 6 at the end of the 20th over. Successful over there from Wharton.
So Wharton doing a great job returning into the attack. Only in his second over. Still has 4 more overs in his spell. However, the innings only has 6 overs remaining. And we're yet to see which bowler would be given that mantle of bowling 6 while the others would bowl 5. Van Lange has 1 or 2 remaining, depending on whether he's going to continue now. I think from the signal to the wicketkeeper, they're telling him to put his helmet on. He's going to return to spin. So Van Lange bringing himself back in for 1 over, getting a wicket, and now going back to the spin of Chulai, it seems to be. It's either Chulai or Ramdehal. It's Ramdehal. So a switch of ends again.
Around the hall there, he's been successful. 1 for 12 after 3 overs in his opening spell. Helped to peg back the onslaught from the Barbados batsmen. And it seems as though Wharton with that second over gone 1 for 12, and we're in the 21st over. He may just finish out his overs from that end. Bowl out his 5 overs from that southern end. Van Lange has bowled 4, and Romario Rondell, he's bowled 3. This one cut straight to point, straight to the fielder. An appeal for a run out, and a good pick up and throw there from Wilkinson at backward point, and that ball was cut away in his direction. 1 bounce to him, picked up on the spin of that delivery, rifled the throw in. Not out, says the umpire.
Well, again, I would say that's great cricket all around. In terms of the shot was played straight to the fielder, non-striker called immediately and took off. And nice pick up, nice throw, good taking off the bails from the keeper as well. And the batsman was safely home.
The only thing that would have been better was a direct hit, but of course with the keeper standing there, you want to throw it into the wicket keeper.
Of course.
Of course, there's an opportunity for the keeper to take it in front of the stumps.
Also depends on the right height that the ball reaches the keeper as well. That's one is short, hoisted away on the leg side, and clears the boundary ropes comfortably for a 6. So Shaquan Bell using the strength and power to easily dispatch that ball. Initially it was a flat shot, so we were just waiting to see if it might have dropped inside the boundary, but in the end the ball was flat but travelling miles and cleared the ropes with some ease.
They're powering that one over the mid-wicket boundary there was Bell, and he's going to switch gears now with just 5 overs remaining after this over. And there is a fielder placed in that position there now. Looks like Latif out there at cow corner in the direction of where that ball just went. This time into the offside. Another quick single, but there's a fumble there from Ali Boudou. A chance of a thought of a second run, but the ball is still in the inner ring. Shulai was quick to pounce on the misfield. And just the 1 run, another quick single. And it's heating up again out there in the middle.
Again,
short and a shy at the non-striker's end. And there was Bell out of his ground, backing up. And a direct hit there, and he surely would have been gone.
That was great work backing up as well, because that throw was with quite some pace.
Lifted over extra cover, running out to the boundary. Latif is out there, running around the boundary, picks it up as the ball slowed in the outfield, and that is the part of the ground where a lot of the drainage would have been coming to, so it's a tad bit slower, and Latif able to get around. They do get 2 runs, and the impetus is on now here in this over from Ramsdale Hall.
Following Latif on the boundary, no matter which part he goes. That's better. A couple of the deliveries before were a bit too flat and short.
10 runs in that over from Ramsdale Hall. So a good over there for Barbados as the total now. Nelson 111 for 6 after 21. And Shaquan Bell, he's on 9 off of 5. And Zander Batiste joining him, he's on 4. So just 5 overs to come now. The projected total, as you can see there, 138 runs. I was wondering what do you think the Dexter Toppin and company would have thought to be a competitive total in 26 overs? The run rate is 5.29, so 138 there, very much on the cards.
Yeah, I would say given the nature of the pitch, as there has been some variable bounce on occasion, some deliveries keeping low, some deliveries getting an extra bit of height, and as well as the purchase, as we have seen, some deliveries straight from the spinners and some turning vast. And that one again tailing into the legs, but through to the keeper. So it's not going to be an easy chase by all means. I think any total over 120, 130 is a good competitive total. Get anything close to that.
Well, if Wharton is going to continue bowling like this from that end for the remainder of his overs, getting to that 138 might just be a very good target. This time played down to long one. He has been bowling quite well in this spell from the southern end. No short deliveries from him. He's using whatever moisture is out there on the surface and in the atmosphere to try and extract whatever swing he can get, and he's been getting that ball to tail into the right-hander.
And again using some of his mental strength in terms of knowing his height, knowing his action, his run-up, his everything. It's more aligned to going full and straight rather than trying to go short. And again, excellent bowling here from Wharton.
Well, it's all happening out there, but he's just advancing down the wicket there. Wharton pushing it wide. Wicketkeeper Ramnath trying to throw down the stumps for a run out, and gets through all the way down to the non-strikers end, and mid-off had to come up to try and stop them from getting a single from an overthrow. Such good bowling here from Wharton. It would have been exactly what his captain and his strategy team back in the hut would have wanted from him. He just bowled a one over initially at the start of the innings, and Carter and Wiggins were looking to go after him, and they did get some impetus in the power play, but he's come back here after that one over, and he's been bang on target.
The ability, whether it's at the youth level or senior level, to bowl so consistent in the depths of the innings is something to admire.
Especially,
you've seen a minimum of 3 or 4 Yorkers per over, or just around that length. That one is one of the rare short deliveries we have seen from him. But again, getting nice elevation due to his pace.
Yeah, we were just talking about him pitching the deliveries consistently up to the bat, but he did dig one in short. Depatis, who's been advancing down the wicket to him, so he tried a bit of a change-up. It's nice to see these youngsters there, just thinking through their innings and their bowling and their batting, trying to work it out.
Too full on that occasion, but again, due to his pace, the ball rushing onto the batsman, so not allowed to play that convincingly, and just a single, bringing the 22nd over to an end. 114 for the loss of 6. Zachary Carter top scoring with 38 from 33. Captain Joshua Dawn 22 from 41, and DeMarco Wiggins 16 from 17. Pick of the bowlers, Captain Jonathan Van Lange for Guyana 2 for 24 from his 4 overs. Devon Wharton 1 for 15 in 3, and Romario Ramdahal 1 for 22 in his 4. So 4 overs left in the innings. Van Lange and Ramdahal both have 2 overs each. Wharton also has 2 or 3 overs each, because no one has bowled that 6 over maximum as yet.
And I rather suspect Wharton is going to finish from that southern end.
Van Lange is returning, so it may very well be that he might finish his 2 from this end, as well as Wharton has 2 to bowl from that end, so he will complete 6 and then Wharton will complete 5, unless he chooses to bring back spin into the attack. Oh, that's hoisted into the air, down to the fielder long on, and it clears him. Not a great distance over the boundary, but great enough, as the fielder didn't have a chance. And a lovely clean strike there from Bell. Van Lange just pitching up into the slot outside the off stump and allowing him to play free hit, so to speak. This stage of the innings, he has full license to go ahead. Does Bell? Better on that occasion.
The previous delivery seemed to try and fetch it from outside the off stump, going across the line of it. Too long on, hung up in the air for a bit, but there is that breeze coming across the ground. Might have just pushed it over the rope, as Lewis thought he was in it for a second, but it just seemed to fall just behind the boundary. Left-hander Batiste on strike. They're just dabbing that ball down to backward point there. Batiste with regularity now to rotate the strike.
So again, very important at this stage of the innings. If you can't get 4s and 6s every delivery, you have to try and at least score off every delivery remaining in the last 5 overs of your innings. That's quicker from Van Lange, but wayward down the leg side.
And that is a difficulty with the left-hand, right-hand combination.
And if we look at the remaining deliveries, there's 3 in this over and then 3 overs after. So on around 21 deliveries. If they can get 21 singles, they get themselves to 144. And that's an excellent total in these conditions. And with deliveries like that, it will certainly help them. Another wide call, so adding a score to the delivery and preserving another ball.
You're just wondering why Van Lange, of course, it's prerogative to decide to come back on, but Hetmeyer was the other option he had with 3 overs. He's had 1 for 15. I thought he might have been worth.
And right there, Billy, he answers your question. You know, sometimes they refer to the commentator's curse. I think in this case it was a commentator's blessing.
That is what pressure builds when you want to talk about changing the bowling. And why did he do this? I'll show you why. I'll just knock that middle stump out of the ground.
And not only that, he's the sort of player, Van Lange, that puts such a high standard on himself. You saw how frustrated he was after that second wide. You know, he just yelled out in anger in terms of he holds himself to that high standard, not causing any extras in any way with deliveries. But after getting a 6 and then 2 wides, he had to get his revenge with that ball tailing into the leg stump. And again, a pleasant sight for any fast bowler seeing those stumps cartwheel into the ground. So the 7 wicket falls. Bell has to go for a nice cameo. And it brings Rajai Gittins to the crease. Again, look at that. That's probably beating him for pace there because the ball was in the slot to be hit. It was full into the leg side. But as you can see in the shot from Bell, he tried to play that shot from more outside the off stump rather than from playing it within his pads.
And that's the advantage bowling.
On drive would have been beautiful to see there. Okay. Good pace from Van Lange. Attempt at the stumps but overhead. And the batsman crossed far by.
Van Lange would want to finish strong here with 1 ball to come. He is 3 for 34. Bit disappointed at the start. The first ball of this over going for 6. And then he pushed a couple down the leg side. Coming back with the wicket. Some of the damage has been done in this over. 10 runs in the over so far. Make that 11 now of the final delivery. 126 for 7 after 23. Just 3 to come now.
And Lange 3 for 35 in his 5 overs. So getting the most wickets but also conceding the most runs. And we have seen that many times in world cricket where the bowler that happens to go for a bit extra is also the bowler that gets you the most opportunities in taking wickets because they take risks and they take opportunities. And just to give you an update on the T20I second match between South Africa and West Indies going on at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy in Taruba, just about 15-20 minutes from our location here. Score 21 without a loss after 3.4 overs. West Indies batting first, South Africa having won the toss and decided to field first. And Athanase and Hope are still at the crease as Wharton continues here in this regional under-17 encounter. Chipping down the crease is Batiste, and another dot ball added to Wharton. That brings his dot ball total to 12. Just conceding 15 runs and 1 wicket. And again showing you the irony of this beautiful game of cricket. Someone who has bowled as excellent as Wharton only has 1 wicket in the column. And with all of the Yorkers and excellent variations he has put on display, you'd think he would get at least a couple more wickets, but by all means, it's bowling in partnerships as well as batting in partnerships. You bowl and you put pressure on the batsman, and then the other bowler might be the one that gets the wicket. So in the previous overs from his spell, since he has been on this end, Wharton, no batsman has been able to score off him freely. That's why they took the attack to Ram the Hull previously and then took the attack to Van Lange. But again, leading to Van Lange getting that wicket because he knows that they're going to try to take the attack to him and just use his subtle variations to get those wickets. Flick down the leg side, but good protection there on the fine line. Looking for 2. Good throw, but quick running from Gittins and reaches safely in the end.
No signal from the umpire there, and it seems as though
the batsman is asking as well.
Perhaps it just brushed the pad. Is it headed down to the wicketkeeper, down the leg side?
I think that can be the only reason, because it was definitely down the leg side, and it's not to say that Gittins backed away to the leg side. In fact, if anything, he stepped further across.
A coat of paint, Kishav.
My word, Billy.
Between bat and pad, shaving the off stump.
Just missing the top of the off stump.
And this has been a fantastic spell, as we keep seeing from Wharton here.
And something
Not to put the muckles on him again.
No, of course, but I hope that you bring him a wicket with that statement. Because his ability to just get that ball to angle in and nip in off the surface has been truly something to behold here. And again, something about Wharton's delivery and his action and his seam position is just deceiving all of these batsmen as they are playing and missing constantly. Goes up to 15 dots in a spell. 4 overs, 1 for 18, with excellent performance thus far. And at the end of 24 overs, the score 129 for the loss of 7. Projected score 140. I think if they'll get to that total, they'll be more than happy. The Barbados under-17 team. 2 overs left in the innings, and 3 wickets left in the hut. So by all means, they can look to attack here. Getting bowled out at this stage wouldn't make much of a difference if they don't score as frequently as well. More so, the bowlers are at the crease for Barbados.
So it is going to be Van Lange to bowl that 6 overs. So he's bowled 5 for 35, but he's taken 3 wickets at an economy rate of 7. He did have Hetmeyer, who's only bowled 3 overs and has 1 for 15, as well as Romario Ramdahal, who's 1 for 22 or 4 overs. So they had overs left inside, as well as, of course, Emmanuel Lewis, who's only bowled the 3 overs, but it's going to be the captain taking the responsibility to bowl the 6th over allotment for this reduced game.
And that's well bowled. So he seems to be a man of the moment, is Jonathan Van Lange, putting that responsibility on his shoulders, just taking that extra initiative to see it through as the captain, bowling this penultimate over. I think he has utmost confidence in Wharton to finish strongly on the other end. So once he can keep it tight here.
A bit of innovation there from Batiste. Might be ill-advised there, but that ball outside the off stump, he tried to just reverse sweep, reverse paddle it past third, but missing all contact there. You look at it here again, trying to be innovative. 5 fielders on the offside. Dabs it again down to point.
And again, for these batsmen who are at the crease, seeing that they are predominantly bowlers and may not be premier batters, no need to try and swing at everything. You know, if they can just milk the singles, get the 1s and 2s, put some pressure on the fielders, I'm sure they will come out with just reward for that effort. 9 deliveries left in the innings. Can get 9 singles, get you up to 139, leave the other team 140 to chase. Respectable total.
Then a loud appeal, this time pitching on the stumps there. Head in the air, going across the line is Gittins. Struck on the pad. And umpire Roger Davis there raising his hand in the affirmative. And Van Lange, giving himself that 6th over, has taken a wicket. So his over is proving successful for him, just conceding 1 run in his 4 deliveries, picking up that 4th wicket. And now it's 8 wickets down for 130 runs. No hesitation from the umpire there.
Yeah, and I think each over that he bowls, he wants to prove to you why he's bringing himself back. Because he gets a wicket at each time that we are just questioning. You know, obviously we are not doubting his choice and his decision to bring himself back, but you know, just looking at the figures of the other bowlers, I think it's a good dilemma for a captain to have, where all of your bowlers are bowling well and you can look to each one of them, then it gives you a variety of options. However, in full fairness to Van Lange, he has the most wickets and he has been the one taking the wickets which has penetrated the batting lineup. And at this stage of the innings, you look for wickets rather than conserve. And if you get both, well then that's great, because Wharton is conserving on one end, Van Lange is getting wickets on the other end. So they have really restricted the Barbados team in this latter stage of the innings. And the tall figure of Jakeem Pollard comes to the crease. Of course, not Kyron Pollard, but similar height for the youngster.
And he starts with a slow ball, loud appeal from Van Lange. Not out, says the umpire. Seemed to be heading down the leg side. But what a thought process for the captain. They're deciding to, he's pushing all of the deliveries through. Pollard would have been expecting a fast delivery. And there he is, bowling a slower delivery, beating him for pace, struck on the pad. And that looked very close, actually.
I must say it looked good. Again, probably just tailing down the leg side due to the angle, but
tapping it down to third. There's going to be a run out at the non-strikers, and the throw is over the head of the bowler.
And they get the single in the end.
So a lot happening in that delivery. The ball dabbed down to short third man by Pollard. There was Batiste running down to the end there, but Pollard was not coming through for the run. And why would he? It would have been the end of the over, and Batiste would have had strike for the start of the final over. And in the end, the throw came past the bowler, the non-striker end, and they do get the single in the end. But it's going to be Pollard on strike for this last over from Wharton. I'm just wondering if that would have been the best thing, the best decision there.
It just shows you the beauty of this wonderful game of cricket, you know. What should have been a dot ball turned out being a single. What could have been a run out turned out to be safe in the end. And in the grand scheme of the situation, it may still be in the favor of the bowling team.
Precisely so, because Wharton would be licking at the chops here to get at Pollard here, the left-hander on strike, the tall left-hander, with he's been bowling those in-swinging Yorkers to the right-hander. Now he's going to try to get one straight onto middle stump on the popping crease. And such has been his control, there's no doubt that he could be able to do that.
Yeah, many of his deliveries to the right-handers have just been going into that middle and leg region. So now for this left-hander, he'll be getting that middle and off region. And you can see he has spread the field on the offside, fielder outside the circle and the long off region, not quite all the way back. And this one, this angle into his pads and tucked away for a single. So getting that much needed run, Pollard will be breathing a sigh of relief.
All well that ends well.
Indeed.
In the end, 132 for 8.
Poetic justice at its finest.
So they are just going through the deliberations. We were looking at the bowling card to figure out, and that is the things that the captains would have as the back of his mind, trying to figure out his bowlers, who to bowl, when to bowl, to get that right combination in the end, to finish the last 2 overs of the game. This is Wharton bowling from behind the stumps to Batiste. A little bit of variation from the fast bowler there, delivering from well behind the stumps. Single nonetheless, 133. Are we going to get up to that 138 mark? 4 legal deliveries to come. We are well past the cutoff time of 3:15. But it is the last over of the innings. The interval would be 15 minutes long. And then the start of the second innings, the run chase. Four deliveries to come. The field is fine leg, third man, square leg, point, mid wicket, sweeper on the cover boundary, cover, long off, long on.
Pulled away into the leg side, not getting all of it, but they will get too comfortably in the end as it went into that gap between the fielder at that short square position as well as the fielder at long on coming around.
Just as well he mistimed it there, allowed him to come for 2 as that ball made its way in the gap between long on and mid wicket.
Well, I think from all of his shots we've seen thus far, that's the region he's looking towards, because he's just swinging that bat into that leg side. And granted, if he does get to connect one over the head, and just as I say that, the field has been moved to the boundary. So captain noticing that he's been playing these shots most frequently and trying to restrict him, putting that protection on the outside.
Just suspect
cow corner, long on, long off, and a sweeper.
Suspect this would be pitched wider outside the off stump.
And it's down to the long on region, but hit very firmly, so they'll only get one.
You just have to be careful with the throws as well from the deep. Such a situation, you might just want to throw to the wicket keeper. You don't want to give away any extras from overthrows. You also don't want to throw unless there is a chance of a run out. Get that ball to the wicket keeper and make it dead. 4 balls gone, 2 to come. 136 for 8.
Full and almost a half chance there. Well bowled, well stopped, and was immediately turning around to try and have a shot at the stumps. Tells Pollard, no, my friend. There's no sneaking a single here.
It's a good start of dead bowling here in this competition. 50 over game reduced to 26 over a side. And Wharton coming on to bowl the death. He's bowled, this will be 5 overs on the trot. And bit of gamesmanship there. Pollard breaking his crease before the delivery of the ball, and Wharton just holding up, very cognizant of the fact the non-striker is just trying to get ahead. Could have run him out.
Exactly.
Just issuing a warning to him.
And I must say that's very admirable from the youngster. That's a great show of sportsmanship. And knowing that 2 deliveries left in the innings, just giving him that heads up. Next time he wouldn't be so kind. And it's a wide, so let's hope he will not rue that decision in the end.
Yeah, just distracting himself from his line and lane there somewhat. Of course, Pollard with the height of him and his limbs, there's no need for him to try and get that extra yard.
Or maybe he was telling Water that make sure you don't come to bat to the crease when I have the ball in my hand. Because that tall, strapping figure of Pollard, definitely looking forward to seeing him run down at the batsman in the next innings. And this one is hoisted in the air, but doesn't have the legs to reach to the boundary. And Ramdahal comes around. Oh, and he misfields. And it goes for 4. So it does have the legs in the end. Initially, it wasn't going there. But you see that one going away to the boundary. And just a bubble. And despite a valiant attempt from Latif to retain it, goes past the boundary for 4 runs. So
they're just spoiling the figure somewhat of wanting with that boundary there.
Correct. And at the end of 26 overs, at the end of the first innings for Barbados under 17 against Guyana under 17, the score 141 for the loss of 8. Carter top scoring with 38. The under 22, and Van Lange to pick up the Guyanese bowlers with 4 wickets in his spell of 6 overs. So all in all, a good effort from both teams with bat and ball in hand. And as the players will have a short interval, as we see the wicket being prepared and they will go to change around the innings, we note the scorecard. Zachary Carter 38 from 33, DeMarco Wiggins 16 from 17, Joshua Dawn 22 from 41, Joshua Branch 3 from 4, Kevin Newton 5 from 17, Gadson Bowens 1 from 6, Shaquan Bell 18 from 10, Zondre Baptiste 14 from 18 not out, RG Gittins 2 from 6, and Jakeem Pollard 5 from 5. And I'll let my colleague Billy take you through the bowling figures.
Yeah, the extras in the innings, there was 1 bye, 2 leg byes, 13 wides and 1 no ball. And the bowling figures, Wharton 1 for 28 or 5. Jonathan Van Lange picking up 4 wickets off his 6 overs. He bowled a maximum allotment in this reduced over affair for 37 runs. Emmanuel Lewis just the 3 overs from him for 14 runs conceded. Romario Rondahall 4 overs 1 for 22, and Gulcharan Chulai 5 overs 22 runs no wickets. Adrian Hetmeyer just 3 overs from him as well, and 1 for 15. So that's the target now for the Guyana team. 142 runs to win off of 26 overs, and there'll be just about a 10-minute break or so, and the innings will resume. So join us then for the chase.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Gilbert Park in California, Trinidad and Tobago, where unfortunately due to a persistent shower that has interrupted the resumption of play, the match has just been abandoned with no result and no points to either teams due to the rain interruption. So despite a very exciting first innings of play, we are unable to resume the second innings and to get a result in this match. And we'd like to thank all of our viewers and listeners across the region for locking on to the stream, and we definitely encourage you to stay tuned for the rest of the tournament as we have some more exciting cricket from these youngsters to follow. So from the Cricket 360 and 360 TV family and from the West Indies cricket family as well, we'd like to thank you for following with us today and look forward to your presence in the future.